Alrighty, everybody. Why does a smooth brain look like chicken breast? It's just, you see patterns a lot in anatomy. You see patterns a lot. You see repeating patterns. And a lot of it has to do with just the behavior of water. Water likes to act in fairly predictable ways and it forms certain patterns. And we're mostly made up of water. So I think that has a big part to do with it. It's like the cleanup song. Are you talking about the Barney cleanup song? Clean up, everybody everywhere. Clean up, everybody do your share. Another Barney song that really stuck with me was the toothbrushing one. While you're brushing your teeth and having so much fun, I never let the water run. It was a song that teaches you to turn off the water while you're brushing your teeth. Anyway, it's Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. How's it going? How's it going? How you doing? Hi, everybody. Hey, Mr. Nick or Boppity Bop. I think we have the same Stanley. This one was sent to us by Jana Parks, actually. It's got pomegranate juice, chai tea. It's a mom drink. They got me drinking mom drinks now. I made this of my own free will. I'm just saying that drinking chai tea and pomegranate juice out of a Stanley cup does sound something like my mom would do. So, how's it going? It's Sunday. How are you feeling? I'm angry today. Uh-oh. Was it something we said? What's got you feeling angry today? cheerful, I think. What's to think about? What's to think about? I'm the hole in the middle. We've decided that the hole in the middle is to feel balanced. You are at the center. You are the hole in the middle. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome in. No presentations lined up for today. I'm just planning on doing a Q&A today. Maybe we'll browse around the internet. Maybe we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about today. I'm making a pot roast, so I was getting the pot roast ready. Casey's grandma was visiting, so we had breakfast together. So I didn't have any time to put a presentation together, but that's fine. No leads in the warehouse, so I'm in charge essentially. So the warehouse is in good hands. We're about to fix the situation with an angry customer and the manager swoops in and takes over and basically did exactly what you were going to do, but more complicated and with more steps. That's what managers are for. Feels like I'm almost jinxing it to think I'm in the positive side. You don't need to prove to yourself that you're having a bad day if you're having a bad day. If you're having a good day and you don't have any reason for it to be a bad day, that's a good day. If you find yourself stopping and thinking, now hold on, why should I not be having a good day? Let me think about it. What are some things I can think about that could just ruin my day? What can I do to just really take the wind out of my sails? This really speaks to how when we're getting better and we're feeling better, it doesn't always start off as feeling better. Sometimes it feels just different. Maybe it feels weird. Maybe it feels oddly familiar and we can't quite place it. But no, whenever you're in the process of starting to feel better, it doesn't always feel good. At least not in the beginning. Even though it's a change for the better, it's still a change. And we don't really respond well to change. Biologically. Neurologically. Psychologically. What'd you have for breakfast? I had pancakes and sausage. And I'm making a pot roast for dinner. It's a good day. Did your pancakes make you shit? No, and I don't think they're supposed to do that. Sometimes all it takes to have a good day is to decide that you are going to have a good day. My mom bought me an air fryer randomly. Random appliances is her love language. Just said it a very long post. This isn't that long. I've had way longer. We'll get to it here in a sec. I don't cook. Yet. Do you bake? You can also bake in an air fryer. Air fryers are also really good at heating up leftovers. That's true. That's something they're really good at. I do not desire to cook. Fine. Nobody's forcing you. Don't worry, we're not gonna make you cook. It's okay. I get so jelly when I see good air fryer recipes. Air fryers are a nice thing to have. We had an appliance that was an air fryer, but we got rid of it because our microwave and oven can both air fry now. We got a new microwave oven combo thing, and they can both air fry. An air fryer is basically just a miniature convection oven. But my microwave can also be a convection oven. My admin brought me in homemade spaghetti and insisted I took it to eat. I wish people would just give me random spaghetti. Like, what the hell? I wish I received random acts of spaghetti. I love spaghetti. Random acts of spaghetti. Free food is one of the greatest things in the entire world. People will literally leave their houses and congregate at the mere prospect of free food. Well, today is my birthday. Happy birthday, heterophone. This is heterophone's question. They already said that it was them, so you can tell them happy birthday. Happy birthday. Well, today is my birthday, and my narcissist mom, that I am pretty no contact with, sent a text this morning that read, "It's your birthday. I was there. Happy birthday. Love your mom." This just oozes love, doesn't it? Doesn't this just ooze? This just oozes love and connection. Always has to be about her. Yep, that's narcissists for you. It's always got to be about them. I was there, by the way. Happy birthday. Do you remember the day I pushed you out of my vagina? That day, I was there, as a matter of fact. Immediately, I focused on the "I was there," making it about herself and trying to fuck me up from the start this morning. I would just be like, "I was also there." Right? Like, that's a good response to that. Be like, "Thank you. I was also there." Our last text exchange a month ago, she started with political bullshit about the city I live in, and I told her unless she wants to really work on our relationship, not to contact me. Her response was, "She's not trying to fix a thing, just save me." Oh, that's... Save you from... Like, she needs to protect you from her. She wants to protect you, and like, she needs to look in the mirror. I had also written in around a year ago about a phone call we had that went very far south. Also, I just want to say, don't let her get in your head. Don't let her get in your head. She's trying to get in your head. She's trying to say, you know, you don't... Narcissists really don't like it when people cut them off. And so sometimes they'll just say some, like, things that they know will get under your skin so that you re-engage with them. So please correct me if I am wrong. But if a parent really wanted to mend the relationship with their adult child, this would not be the text to send that makes it about them and is meant to instill guilt. I'm fucked up because I know she is in pain. Currently being in AA, that obviously has a lot to do with amends, inner work, etc. But hearing from others that talk about their own shitty upbringing who eventually come to accepting their parents and their own place in the relationship and eventually fixing the relationship in a way that works for them has me thinking about my own relationship with this woman. I also see my husband working on his relationship with his mom and the boundaries and conversations he is having, and he keeps telling me not to compare situations because they're such different people, and that my mom is a bully. My mom is a bully, I know that. I guess I just keep wondering if I tried enough. I was fed up on the end in her treatment towards me, my partner, I don't know. Has she tried enough? You worry about if you've tried enough. Has she tried enough? When you want to mend a relationship with another adult, you need to accept proper accountability. And I don't care if it's between a parent and a child, a parent and their grown adult child. You're two adults now, and you resolve situations as adults. And that means I did things that were wrong, you did things that were wrong, and we can make amends. But just whenever people are just completely unwilling to accept any responsibility or any accountability for the way that they've treated you, she love bombed in the beginning with an Xmas gift and shit, but never any accountability or really trying to understand. Yeah, that's her way to try to get back in. Love bombing. Also, shortly before your stream, I replied, I just have to say that I really wish I could have a normal relationship with my mom. Thank you for reminding me you are the person who birthed me. Just wish I could have had the emotional support I needed growing up and even now. To say it plainly, your last visit here was eye-opening for me, and even after that, I tried to maintain a relationship with you, but every boundary I set with you was trampled on, and I was told my feelings weren't valid. Straight up from you. When I tried to tell you how your behavior makes me feel in Florida, you blew up and then gave your child the silent treatment. I needed to know that I do love you, and I mean it when I say I hope your health is well, and I do not wish you anything but. But I have not felt safe around you for a long time, and our last several interactions have amplified that. On the phone, you told me I can't do anything, so here I am telling you my truth. Take it for what you will. And she responded by saying, you did this. You did this to your father against my advice and regretted it. You will again. You are too far gone, I guess. And I feel sorry for you more than I do myself. Birthed you is the proof. An important thing to recognize in narcissistic communication is that they often talk about themselves by talking about you. So when you hear things like this, they're not talking about you. They're talking about themselves. Because the reality of the situation is, she doesn't know you. She hasn't tried to know you. She doesn't even know herself. Keep in mind, my mom never advised me to keep a relationship with my dad. She always talked shit about him. My dad was addicted to OxyContin and died of an overdose. I could no longer, as a high schooler, handle taking calls from him that were always him fucked up and high. I feel like she hasn't known me forever. Then she's not a qualified person to judge or critique you. Would you go to her for advice? If you would not go to her for advice, do not go to her for criticism. She doesn't know you, she only knows the idea of you, and that's just a projection of her own thoughts and feelings. She doesn't actually know you. So don't let her tell you who you are. Notice how she doesn't mention any of the things that you pointed out that were fucked up that she did, and she just immediately goes into, well, you're gonna regret this. Complete lack of accountability. Honestly, you might know who might be good at talking to narcissists, because sometimes figuring out what to say to a narcissist is so exhausting. Maybe put their messages into ChatGPT and then have an AI help you talk to a narcissist, because talking to a narcissist is so fucking exhausting. So maybe the AI could help. It must be so nice to have normal parents that actually take care of their kids. That's the dream, isn't it? Yeah, if you're ever wondering how to respond to your narcissistic parents, run it through ChatGPT. And then plug in their messages into ChatGPT and say, how should I respond to this? AI was flabbergasted and couldn't understand. Yeah, even ChatGPT was just like, damn. Yeah, I don't think there is a point. I think that, let's just be completely honest here. Do you mind if I'm just completely honest here for a minute? You're fine. Hey, babe. Do you mind if I just be completely honest here for a second? This person is miserable. She is miserable and she is lonely. She doesn't know how to connect with people. You should feel sorry for her, if anything. But you don't have to allow her to continue to hurt you. If she's not willing to do anything to amend her own misery, you don't need to let it become your misery. We want to save people if they're drowning in a swamp, but not if they're going to drown us in the process. So yeah, whenever you're talking to a narcissist, just remember, they talk about themselves by talking about you. They will point out every single thing that they think that you've ever done wrong, and they will continuously remind you of it, and this is a reflection of how they actually think about themselves. Just imagine their internal dialogue. Imagine living inside their head. It's a miserable place to be. Calm like a Tom with the 10 gifted subs. Let's fucking go. Good morning. Thank you so much for those 10 gifted subs. Let's fucking go. Now I'm juiced. I had her blocked for a while and something made me take it off, but I should do it again. You are right. Can I talk about this for a second? Before I get into this next question, I just want to talk a little bit about, like, when you walk away from a narcissistic or abusive parent, part of what keeps us from actually staying away once we do walk away is we feel bad. We feel bad because we were relieved when they didn't have them in our lives. We felt relieved cutting them out of our lives, and that made us feel bad. It made us feel like we were bad people for doing that. But the fact of the matter is, they didn't leave you a choice. They didn't leave you a choice. You had to get out. You had to protect yourself. To stay was to just suffer needlessly. Like, imagine you're in a room and there's a crazy guy in there and he's got a hammer and he's trying to hit you with the hammer. And you manage to get out of the room and you lock the room behind you and you leave and you get away, and then you're like, well, I feel bad for him. He must be lonely in there by himself. Maybe I should go back into the room with the guy with the hammer. Maybe he won't try to bonk me this time. I just feel bad leaving him alone in there. You're a good person for wanting to give them multiple chances, but you need to give yourself a priority. You need to protect yourself first. It's not selfish, it's essential. There's also some masochistic side or something that when it goes by for so long, you forget how bad it was. So shitty texts from her remind me and validate why I stayed gone. Does that make sense? Yeah, and this is another reason why it's so difficult to leave, is because it becomes normal for you. And sometimes it's not until you've distanced yourself from that situation that you remember, oh yeah, it's not normal for a parent to talk to their child like this, especially their adult child. It's not normal. You see other people and you see how they talk with their parents and you're like, huh, isn't that interesting? Also, sometimes you have to remember that by removing yourself from somebody's life, perhaps that will give them motivation to change. Perhaps you staying in their life is only enabling their bad behaviors. Sometimes they think to themselves, well, if things were really bad, people would leave me. If things were really bad, they would leave. But they haven't left yet, so I must be doing okay. Sometimes you have to communicate consequences to people. By removing yourself from the situation, they've lost privileges, they've lost access to you and all that you have to bring. And so maybe that consequence of not having access to you, which is something that they clearly value, even though they treat you like shit, they clearly value that connection. You know, a punching bag has value, a punching bag has worth. So maybe distancing yourself from them will give them motivation to change. Maybe it won't. But either way, you have to act in your own best interest. My dad said I'm dead to him and the family because I don't want to be abused anymore. Family does not give you permission to abuse people. Like, just because you're related, just because you're family. And I get so fucking pissed. I get so fucking pissed whenever people view family from this perspective. It's like, some people will literally take advantage of the fact that their family cannot leave as a means to just abuse them indefinitely. Like, well, we're related, so you can never leave, so I just get to abuse you forever. And if you leave the abuse, you're the bad one. Like, what? No, it's family. You should want to be there. That's what family's all about. You should want to be there. Just because somebody is related to you does not give them permission to abuse you. It really sucks that we still have to teach people that in 2024, but here we are. What do I do when nothing seems to work in the moment, especially during a sort of panic episode? I practice meditation, and I know it's like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets, but in the middle of that panic, it's so hard to focus and just be. When all else fails, breathe, is my recommendation. Breathing in a deep, slow rhythm activates your parasympathetic nervous system, and it triggers relaxation mode in your body. Just breathe. When all else fails, just breathe. When your thoughts are racing, just focus on your breathing. Last night was rough. I was crying for hours, almost on the verge of throwing up, my head physically hurting. I was close to dialing 988 because of the thoughts racing through my head, but the anxiety held me back. I've been traumatized from being Baker acted, and that experience in the mental hospital only made things worse. Just the thought of going back there makes me freeze. Yeah, the emergency response services, it really is important to intervene when somebody is in a crisis, but I've heard a lot of stories where people, were institutionalized or they were put into the hospital and it just made everything worse for them. A lot of people don't know how to handle a mental crisis, and they'll see you in a mental crisis and they'll just be like, well, let's lock you away for a few days. Breathing is one of those great things because no matter what else is going on, you can always just redirect your attention to your breath. Just sitting there focusing on your breath and allow it to occupy your attention. The inhalation, the feeling it gives you when you're holding the breath, and then the slow release of that breath. And then just do it again. Do it again, and do it again, and do it until you feel better. Because that's where it will take you. What's important to remember is you did get through this. What helped you to get through it? See, now is the time where we look back and we say, wow, I didn't think that I was going to get through that, but I did get through that, so what helped me to get through it? That's what you want to take inventory of. That's what you want to be mindful of. You want to think about, what was it that got me through this? What was helpful? Those are the skills that you're going to want to continue to practice. Somatic tapping. That's another way to regulate your nervous system. One of the ways that you can regulate your nervous system, like I always talk about breathing because that's one way to activate your parasympathetic nervous system, but there are multiple different ways that you can activate your parasympathetic nervous system. It's a mouthful. Somatic tapping is one of those ways. Basically, there are different parts of your body that you can activate by physically tapping on those parts of your body, and they help to activate the parts of your nervous system that will trigger your parasympathetic relaxation response. Just another tool for your toolbox. I'm studying and the plan is 2.5 more years. However, I feel like I'm wasting time. I just feel like my life is on pause now. Yeah, there are all sorts of somatic exercises you can do to redirect your anxiety. Questioner. It's normal to have these worries, these feelings, these doubts. When you're studying, when you're in school, you might feel like you're not making progress or that you're not moving, but you are moving. Life moves at a pretty slow pace sometimes. And I would say enjoy the moments where life feels like it's moving slowly, because sometimes life will start moving very quickly and it can be overwhelming. So I would just say enjoy the downtime. Keep studying, keep learning, keep growing. It's a good plan. It's also important to do the tapping when you are calm as well. This is true. This is true. This is something I've said before, but I want to let's go ahead and revisit. Let's go ahead and review. Something that's really important to remember is if you are practicing new techniques to help you reduce your anxiety, practice them when you are calm. If you're just going to wait until you're anxious and be like, "Oh yeah, that thing that I was going to start practicing doing. Wait, why isn't this working? I thought this was supposed to help me." You need to practice it when you're calm so that you can kind of make a mental bookmark. You have a frame of reference. You're like, okay, this is what I feel like when I am peaceful. This is what I feel like when I am relaxed. And then whenever you do start to feel stressed, you can know where it is you're trying to get back to. It's like a little beacon. Call it my lighthouse. That's a good way to look at it. It's your beacon. You know, you gotta follow that light back to its source. What are the psychological factors that drive sexual serial killers, especially in cases where the perpetrators are considered physically attractive and could seemingly obtain consensual relationships? Alright, this is an interesting question. Because we're gonna talk about some of the most fucked up people in the entire world. When you think about the effects of abuse and trauma and the way that they can damage somebody, this type of person is one of the most significantly damaged people that you can think of. We're talking profound trauma early in life that was likely consistent throughout most of their upbringing. Or, because there's always the or, there's just something literally wired wrong with their brain. Like maybe one of the parts of their brain just didn't grow correctly, or maybe there's a little tumor in the wrong spot and it's pushing up against something. That is also a factor. That can also be an explanation, because sometimes people don't have this like terrible, tragic upbringing that results in them becoming this just like horrific serial killer. Sometimes it's just a biological or even like a genetic abnormality. When you see somebody who ties like sexuality into serial killing, this is a really clear indicator that something happened to them very early in their development, very early in their life. Think about Ted Bundy. Like, Ted Bundy's a good example for this type of person, because he had like significant trauma like very early on in his life, and it just completely like screwed him up mentally. If I remember correctly, Ted Bundy was raised by his grandmother, who they told him was his actual mother, and his actual mother lived with them, but they told him that that was his sister. So in the example of like a man who perpetrates against women, for example, they would often have like very significant trauma related to women in their development, as was the case with somebody like Ted Bundy or Ed Kemper, or the guy who inspired the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I think his name was Ed Gein or something, and he like literally made furniture out of human skin. That guy was pretty fucking wild. So yeah, serial killers really are an interesting area of study because it's just an example of just how wrong things can go with someone. Like just how bad things can get. Ed Gein. Oh, I could have guessed. If I had to guess, I'm like, who in chat knows they're serial killers? I'd be like, well, Grimora probably knows all of the serial killers. They offered a class on serial killers when I was in college, and I took that shit. I have no idea if that's a compliment. Yes. The Lumi-Roo raid is here? What's up, Lumination? We were talking about serial killers. I mean, we were just wrapping up talking about serial killers. We were gonna dwell. I know way too much too. See, here's the thing. I also had you pegged as somebody who would know a lot about serial killers. I was like, yeah, Suga probably would know a lot about serial killers as well. Anyway, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Lumi. Good to see you. Hope you had a good stream. Right now, we're just doing Q&A today. We've got our anonymous question drop box, and we're just taking questions from the community. And somebody asked about some of the psychological factors that drive some of the most malicious, just horrific serial killers you can think of. And the truth is they are either just severely traumatized from a young age, or there is something like physiologically wrong with their brain, because that also can happen. Sometimes it's both. And they also specified about sexual serial killers. And whenever you see sex involved in it as well, that's normally an indicator that this is like very early life trauma. What's your take on people that have very delayed reaction to bad news? I had my first panic attack today in a long time after fully realizing the consequences of this week's election results. Do you think it's a survival mechanism to process trauma later to get away from danger now? In the same vein, I don't get the point of it if the danger is persistent. LOL. You actually really hit the nail on the head there. You really hit the nail on the head. Whenever we are in like a really intense fight or flight mode, sometimes it takes time to process those feelings, and sometimes we don't panic until we know that we're somewhere safe to panic. So that is a part of it. Sometimes, like, our body has great built-in protection mechanisms. And sometimes it will literally put our feelings on hold so that we can act. And then whenever things wind down and we're able to like be back home, that's when we're like, oh, panic sets in. You'll see this even sometimes where it can be something that's even more like drawn out and like consider somebody who goes and they see combat in the army and they're there for months and then they're just dealing with it. That's their normal. They get used to pushing those emotions down, and then it isn't until they get back home that you really start to see those signs and symptoms of that post-traumatic stress. Sometimes something really profoundly traumatic just takes time to process as well. Our brain has built-in inhibitors. We can only feel so much stress in a given day before our brain just literally says, I can't take anymore, like it just goes numb. You literally go into shock. You become unresponsive. And it does this to protect you from feeling overloaded. My grandma was in the Rothma School of Enlightenment cult where the lady channeled an Atlantean time warrior named Rothma. What? Is that... what? That sounds like the plot of a movie. But that really happened? Alright, when are you gonna write your memoir? Because that's gonna be juicy. We need the book, Sugar. Get to writing the book. But no, hopefully I answered that question. But yeah, sometimes it literally just is a mechanism to protect us until it's safe to panic. It's a delayed reaction from our body. But it does that because it's trying to help us survive, so that we can act in a dangerous situation and then feel about it later. The UT shooter had something wrong with his brain and he knew it. It's true. He wrote it. He wrote a note. He was like, please examine my brain. There's something wrong with my brain. And he had a brain tumor and it was pushing up against his amygdala. I totally feel that. I believe it. Like at work, I work with dangerous machines, no room for error or emotions. Right? It's like you are in the danger zone. You have to act. You don't have time to feel or to process the danger that I'm in. It's like if I go 1 inch in the wrong direction, I could lose a limb. You kind of have to shut that off, and then it catches up with you later. You just find yourself lying in bed, trying to fall asleep. The guard is down, and that's when it comes creeping in. There's also a man who became violent and impulsive after surviving a pole going through his brain. That's our guy. That's our man's Phineas Gage. We like to talk about Phineas Gage. Phineas Gage had a rail spike blow through his brain, like a 6-foot-long metal pole. And he survived. This happened in like the 1890s. And it completely changed his personality. Would you say it's too early to decorate for Christmas? No, I wouldn't. After Halloween is fair game, in my opinion. Now, is it too early for Christmas music? That's another story. I don't feel like it's too early for Christmas decorations. But Christmas music, that's another thing. This is Phineas Gage. He's holding this big long pole. He was working on a railroad, and he had this metal pole that they would use to like tamp things down, and he accidentally set off like an undetonated explosive charge, and it shot the metal spike clear through his head. Just go. And his personality totally changed afterwards. He went from being a relatively nice guy to being an asshole. What is the most common tool / suggestion you use? As in, if there's a particular course of actions you find effective for dealing with a number of different issues, what would that be? Mindfulness is one of the most important tools that you can practice. Mindfulness is all about awareness. It's what will allow you to observe an emotion as it builds within you before acting upon that emotion in an impulsive way. So it's giving yourself space in between the feeling and the response to that feeling. It doesn't mean that you don't feel things. It doesn't mean that you become a cold, emotionless robot. It means that you can see your emotion coming, and you can direct yourself in a different way before that emotion hits you. Lots of people survive without parts of the brain. There was a guy recently, oh my god, hold on, I have to show you this picture. Quick side note. I'm easily distractible today. So this happened recently. This man was living a completely functional life while missing 90% of his brain. This guy got really lucky in that he wasn't missing anything that like would directly impact him. I mean, don't get me wrong, he was definitely impacted by this. When they say a functional life, this guy probably wasn't like on the debate team. But for most intents and purposes, he lived a normal life. I feel like he definitely lucked out in that he wasn't missing the part of his brain that's like makes him able to control his motor functions or control his, ability to breathe or regulate his heart rate. He wasn't missing any of those parts. How? There's some important parts missing. Neuroplasticity. If you have damage or you are missing a part of your brain, the other parts of your brain can take over responsibility of that function. It's like that invention that allowed you to see with your tongue. They developed this device that it's like it gives, oh. You're fine. I just don't know how you have any connections between hemispheres. He's got the corpus callosum. He's got that little middle bit. That's your connective tissue between the hemispheres. It basically looked like he just had like the outer shell. And then he had like the brainstem parts. When I look at this brain and I see the parts of the brain that he has and the parts that he's missing, I'm just like, yeah, it makes sense why they wouldn't be able to tell this until they had a brain scan. Because the parts that he's missing are parts that can be like redirected to these outward parts. Is he hot? I don't know. I've only seen his brain. Mindfulness is the most common tool or suggestion that I would recommend. And we can practice mindfulness in many different ways. We can practice mindfulness by grounding ourselves in our senses. We can practice mindfulness through meditation. We can practice it through our breathing. There's many different ways to practice mindfulness. And mindfulness is just all about awareness. Other parts of your brain can compensate, especially if you're born with a brain abnormality or it develops slowly, less so if it's a sudden injury. That is absolutely true. But it's also one of those things where it's like if you do have a brain injury, you can heal it over time. Like when people will sometimes people will have like brain surgery and then they forget how to write or they forget how to talk and they have to relearn how to do that. That's just another example of the way that the brain has remarkable healing properties. Chat, would you take the substance? I haven't seen the substance, so I don't know how I would answer this question. But my instincts are going towards no. What is this? The Substance. They're talking about a horror movie that came out called The Substance, but I don't know what The Substance is. I haven't watched the movie yet. Have you talked about that thing where people wake up and speak a different language? That's another wild thing that our brains will do. Or people will wake up from a coma and have an accent. Or people will like hit their head and be like, I understand Spanish now. Or they'll be like, now I understand calculus. The brain. It's a wild thing. Hi Josh, I am gay. Hi chat, I am gay. Hi gay, I am Josh. We got another one. Another day. Another gay. How do the brownies in Ben & Jerry's chocolate fudge brownie ice cream stay fudgy even when they're frozen? I'm gonna have to take this one upstairs. I'm gonna have to take this one to my boss. Ben & Jerry's uses brownies from a specific bakery that has a special recipe just for them. So they're specially designed to stay fudgy even at freezing temperatures. High sugar and fat content help to reduce the formation of ice crystals. Yonkers? Oh yeah, there it is. Ben & Jerry's. They make brownies? You can just buy brownies? You just buy the brownies that they use in Ben & Jerry's? $8 for $32? Ooh. Ooh. Too rich for my blood. Too rich for my blood. Yeah, $4 a brownie. You can make an entire tray of brownies for $4. Like, get out of here. Is that expensive? For brownies, it is. Brownies are good because they're one of the cheapest desserts you can make. You can buy a box of brownie mix for $1. You just have to add eggs and oil. So altogether, the cost of making an entire batch of brownies is less than $5. If you did someone wrong morally and they unblocked you recently for feeling bad they went off on you, would you reach out first? Or let time tell and see if they want to reach out first, even though the conflict put fear in them? Yet if I add them back, it could be an HR claim if they see it as harassment. Keep in mind when I went to them and apologized, they were happy. I would just, like, it's probably just for the best to just leave it. Sometimes it's best to just leave it and just carry on with life. Sometimes it's just not worth the hassle of rehashing old things. If they want to reach out of their own free will, that's great. That's great, but I feel like just give them their space. Nothing wrong with that. Especially if you're concerned about it being seen as harassment. Like, I would just leave it. Sometimes the best way to apologize to someone is to just give them space. You know what I mean? Rather than like reinserting ourselves in their lives. Sometimes the best way to apologize and to move on is to just give them space. Need to learn adult food skills. So you don't want to cook, but you do want to bake? Baking is more like chemistry. Cooking is more like jazz music. It's just boring making things alone only for yourself. And I feel like this is why some people commit random acts of spaghetti. They're like, hey, I made too much spaghetti. You want some spaghetti? I've been wondering deeply lately, just how do people with narcissistic personality disorder get so many people to worship them and follow their terrible ideas? I've recently read 25%, 1 in 5, that would be 20%, not to be a nitpick. Adult US Americans are mentally ill to a degree of the slightest small amount to severe. I mean, if we want to be honest, it's probably higher than that. I don't think... Okay, if you were to take 100 Americans and sit me down with every single one of them and I were to talk about, you know, what they've got going on, and I were to just, you know, talk about their life and their routines and all their habits and everything, you could find something that's off about every one of them. I don't think there is a such thing. Like, I feel like everybody's dealing with something. I feel like everybody's dealing with something. Maybe it's something that's not that big. Maybe it's something that doesn't really bother them. Maybe they just view it as normal and they live around it. But I feel like a lot of people got something going on. Far more than we would actually be able to count. Because a lot of people are really good at playing their cards close to their chest. So I guess why there could be so many, but this is a mental illness that is something that helps you succeed personally somehow, unlike most of the others. Alright, so here's the thing about narcissists. There are far more narcissists than there are successful narcissists. Most narcissists are alone, at home, watching Fox News. Their children won't answer their calls because they've driven them all away. That's what most narcissists look like. Now, every once in a while, there come along a narcissist that just has... They were born at the right place at the right time to the right family, and they just have the opportunity and the resources to be able to rise to the top. And you see a lot of these people in politics, in corporations, in different aspects of the government, middle managers. You see a lot of them popping up. And what you realize is that a lot of them operate to a different degree. It really is something that's on a spectrum, a narcissistic spectrum. But more often than not, narcissism just manifests as you become the lonely old person in your family that nobody wants to talk to because they're all tired of dealing with you. You've just pushed everybody else away because you just are hateful and, lack accountability, and that's where a lot of them find themselves up. And that's why a lot of them end up voting Republican, is because they're like, they relate to him on a degree. They're like, you know what? If he can do it, I can do it. So I would say that narcissism is something that could possibly help you to succeed, but for most people, it is a hindrance. Kind of something like schizophrenia. For most people, schizophrenia is a debilitating condition, but for some people, they are talented artists. or they are innovative authors. You know, they the way that their mind operates in a different way allows them to express themselves in ways that most people just wouldn't even think of. And so a lot of what we view as mental illness is only viewed as mental illness if you lack resources. If you have those symptoms, but you also have resources, we view you as eccentric. A famous painter, Richard Dadd, was he the one who did all of those paintings of cats? Oh no, he was a different one. His paintings are pretty trippy too, though. Or maybe even somebody like Hieronymus Bosch. So this was a famous painter with schizophrenia. And it really does just, it comes through in his artwork. Like, look at this. Bosch was crazy for sure. Oh yeah, Hieronymus Bosch, the founder of Surrealism. Or I guess it would be absurdism. I'm not sure, I get it confused. Hieronymus Bosch was one of my favorites. When you look at a Hieronymus Bosch painting, you're like, this was probably painted in the 1800s, 1700s maybe, but no, Hieronymus Bosch was painting this stuff like 200 years before you would think that people would be painting stuff like this. I love Hieronymus Bosch. Crazy people make the best artists for sure. So that's where I was kind of getting at, is it's like one person's mental illness might be another person's artistic vision. It just depends on where you're at, who you're born to, what resources you have, your accessibility, you know, your encouragement, your motivation, people who are around you to help support you. This guy's paintings are so trippy. Like, look at this. Like, what? He had this painting called The Garden of Earthly Delights, and it's like a giant 3-part painting, and it shows like heaven, hell, and like the more like, well, look at some of this stuff. Like, this guy had to have just like had a screw loose. Not all mentally ill people are nefarious. I would say most people, an overwhelming majority of mentally ill people, are completely harmless. I would say that most mentally ill people are a larger risk to themselves than they are to anybody else. Hieronymus Bosch, my favorite artist. Also, his name was Hieronymus. It's a badass name. You can kind of hear Grandma. She's out in the living room watching the football game. She's out there cheering. She's a Chiefs fan. Yeah, if you were to look at his paintings, you would probably say, these paintings look like they were painted in the 1700s, 1800s. Hieronymus Bosch lived between 1450 and 1516. He was painting these types of paintings like in a style that you wouldn't really see for another few hundred years. He was very ahead of his time. Mentally ill people are more likely to be victims of violence than perpetrators of it. Absolutely true. That's something you should be shouting from the rooftops. For a long time, and even still to this day, there is just this stigma that people who are mentally ill are dangerous. And don't get me wrong, there are some dangerous mentally ill people, but most mentally ill people are a much larger risk to themselves, or they are at much larger risk of being like acted towards in a violent way than an average person. I had to look up this guy. I forgot his name. His name was Louis William Wayne. And he painted cats. And he was schizophrenic. And as his career progressed, his cats got more and more trippy, more and more psychedelic. This guy is so me-coded, it's not even funny. Like, here's just like progress of his cat paintings, like as his condition progressed. He literally started painting the type of stuff that you see when you're on DMT. Like, if you take DMT, it's just like, oh hey, what's going on? Giant grinning face made of fractals. He achieves enlightenment in the last panel. I think you're right. I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something. But yeah, this guy just painted cats. Just like me, for real. Just like me, for real. Another fascinating person from mental health history. Aren't some, like, look at some of these ones, like, aren't these sick? Like, look at these. It's just wild. Look at this one. I love it. If I'm being honest, I love it. Van Gogh. Van Gogh was another artist who, he had synesthesia, and his synesthesia was misinterpreted as mental illness. Van Gogh was also probably autistic. But no, like, Van Gogh would talk about, like, his synesthesia, and they would just, they assumed that he was just mad. They assumed that he was mentally insane. And it made him very depressed. I didn't know that Newton apparently was mentally ill. Name one genius that wasn't crazy. Found this PDF of a workbook for overcoming social anxiety. I went through this like 10 years ago and it really helped me get out of my shell. I feel like post-COVID I'm back to struggling with it again, so I'm going to go back to it and wanted to share it if anyone else wants to try it out. And you've got a link to it here. Let's check this out real quick. Oh, this is a big one too. This is 274 pages. The Shyness and Social Anxiety Workbook. Proven step-by-step techniques for overcoming your fear. broken down into parts, different activities. Link, let me show you something real quick. This is a self-help hack. Go on the internet, go into a search engine. Whatever it is you're struggling with. Social anxiety. God, I cannot type. Then this is the key here. After you type in whatever it is you're trying to deal with, whether it's depression, social anxiety, OCD, agoraphobia, BPD, whatever it is you're trying to get some self-help on. Workbook, PDF. And then what you will find, and this is one here that we've clicked on before. Another example of one. This one's only 13 pages. So maybe you just want a little bit more. Maybe you're interested in a workbook, but you're like, maybe I don't need the workbook. Maybe I just want some lighter reading to maybe see if this is something I'd be into. You know what? How about 13 pages? Maybe something a little more concise is more your speed. But see, here's the thing. There's so many. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's just so much. But the key here is to just add in that you're looking for a PDF of a workbook. And you could do this for social anxiety. You could do this for depression. Depression workbooks. Bada bing, look at all these. Newcomer, why using DuckDuckGo? Because I don't like Google collecting all of my data. Sometimes I'd be Googling things. Also because I found that a lot of the, it would give me better image results when I was doing graphic design stuff. And so I was just like, I'm just gonna use this instead. Give me another example. What's another thing that somebody could work through? Let's do OCD. Bam, OCD workbooks. And there's so many, it's like, okay, well, where do I begin? I would say just pick one and see, is this my vibe? Because there's going to be short ones, there's going to be long ones, there's going to be everything in between. So just find one that's your speed, and then take a crack at it. Eating disorders? You can even get more specific, like which aspect of an eating disorder. Is it restriction of food? Is it body image? Is it binging? Is it purging? Is it... Let's add in restriction. Avoidant restrictive food intake disorder. Lots of resources. So yeah, this is my self-help hack. And the reason why I know this is because whenever I did group therapy or individual therapy and I needed homework for a person, and this is what a lot of therapists would do, is they would go and they would find a worksheet from a workbook, or they would find an excerpt from that workbook that they could print off and give to the client. The downside I found to DuckDuckGo is that when I'm trying to describe a specific picture I've seen to image search, it's not as good at getting it what I mean as Google is. Yeah, I do go to Google for some stuff. Like, I'm not entirely not using Google. Like, if I search for stuff on my phone, it's through Google. It just, like, I don't know. It gave me the option of choosing this as my default search engine for my browser, and I'm just like, okay. And it works for me, so I'm just like, eh. Also, there are some things that I found that Google doesn't really want to give you a result for, or Google will have, like, certain stuff show up in the first page of search results because people pay to be there. So sometimes I just wasn't really happy with the Google search results. No, thank you for sharing this. You can also post this in the Discord if you want. You can pay to be there. Yeah, you can. You can get boosted. I smell my pot roast cooking in the other room. And it's smelling delicious. Oh yeah. It's making me hungry. Alright, this is the most recent question in the question box, so if you've got a question, feel free to drop it in. We'll get to it right away. We're all caught up. What may cause someone to jump out of their bed in panic? I wrote in an earlier post, but I don't think it fully posted. For example, I woke up in a panic today. I just jumped out of bed saying, no, 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 but there was no reason. I didn't have a bad dream that I know of, but it was weird because I didn't realize that I did that until right after. It's like autopilot. You know, it is possible that you were feeling or experiencing something that you just weren't aware of while you were sleeping. Maybe some of these underlying feelings are some of the, like, a lot of people are on edge right now. A lot of people are feeling anxious. A lot of people are feeling depressed. There's a lot of feelings going around right now. And sometimes they catch up to us when we have our guard down, like when we're sleeping. Might not even be something that we're fully aware of. But those moments when we're like, we just wake up, or when we're about to fall asleep, when we're not quite fully awake, we're transitioning between sleeping and waking. We have these sort of cognitive safeguards that we have in place that aren't online at those times. And so sometimes we're more vulnerable to these types of thoughts when we're near to sleep. Pot roast with rice or mashed potatoes or just potatoes. It's a roast and it's got chopped carrots, chopped red potatoes, chopped onion, chopped bell pepper. I also put a little bit of chipotle seasoning in there. Some Dijon. A little bit of liquid smoke. Some tomato paste. It's gonna be good. It smells delicious. Oh, I had a little bit of brandy left too. I had brandy from when I made Coco Vaughn. And I was like, what am I going to do with this little bit of brandy I got left? So I'm like, let's go ahead and deglaze this pan.
And to impress him, takes on multi-armed form and says, now I am
What you're talking about here gives you some interesting insight into how our brains work. Our brains can be processing information or, you know, doing all of this without us being consciously aware of it. You know what this makes me think about? This makes me think about dolphins. Did you know that dolphins are able to swim while they're sleeping because only one half of their brain falls asleep at a time? This is why whenever I have to get up to go pee in the middle of the night, I try to keep one eye closed because I'm trying to keep one half of my brain asleep. I'm like, let's just wake up half of me. I know it doesn't work that way, but I like to pretend. But yeah, your mind wanders into weird places whenever you're about to fall asleep or right after you wake up. It just has to do with the fact that you're just not fully online yet, and you're kind of just like... Yeah, it really is like autopilot. Like if you have a dream that you're falling and you jump in real life. You didn't see my question I posted, I fear. I have answered every question that I got in the box today, so I don't know what happened. Maybe it just didn't go through. This might, I don't know, it might have just bugged out and it didn't go through. I answered every question that I've had in the box today, though. I went back and checked. It's basically the only reason they don't drown. Yep, that's why they don't drown. But what we've also noticed is that dolphins aren't the only animal that does this. Lots of other animals can do this. Dolphins aren't the only animal that can put half of their brain to sleep at a time. Humans just have forgotten the ability to do it. Other mammals can do it. I think there are lizards that can do it as well. Is anyone here afraid of getting compassion fatigue from people being so upset over the election? I'm trying to channel that into productivity. That's my favorite thing to do with anxiety, is to channel it into productivity. Like, alright, so you're feeling bad. What can we do about it? Let's take action. Did I miss anything juicy? We were saving the juice until you got here. What's your pot roast recipe? Okay. I like to make my pot roast in a Dutch oven. And I will start by searing the meat in the Dutch oven. Put a little bit of oil in there. Get a nice sear on the meat. Take the meat out of the Dutch oven, set it aside. Throw onions, carrots, celery into the pan. Deglaze with a little bit of red wine, perhaps. Maybe some beef stock. I would definitely recommend putting some type of acid in there because pot roast can be very rich and a little acid helps to balance that out. So today, for example, I used red wine vinegar. Once you've got all of the juicy bits off of the bottom of the pan and your carrots and your onions and your celery are starting to soften a little bit, I like to add a can of tomato paste, one of those little cans of tomato paste, about 3 cups of water, and then I chop some potatoes into like 1-inch cubes. And I throw those in as well. And then I'll put in any other spices I want to add. I like to add some Dijon or maybe some mustard powder, or, add garlic, add some herbs, some thyme, some oregano, some rosemary perhaps. You want to make sure that the broth, like the liquid that you're going to cook the roast in, tastes good before you put the roast back in. That way you can taste it and make sure it doesn't taste like too salty or too spicy or like whatever it is. So you can balance it out before you put the roast in there. So once my braising liquid tasted good and I had all my vegetables chopped up, you put the roast back in there. You throw the whole thing in the oven. If you've got all day, if you're gonna cook this thing for like 8 hours, put it at like 225. Let it cook at 225 all day. If you want it to be done a little bit sooner, maybe 250. Maybe 275. If you want to turn your sauce into gravy, you can add some flour or some cornstarch. You can thicken that juice up, turn it into gravy. Was it hard to convince Casey to get Taco Bell the other day? No, she was on board. I will add some salt. Like if I'm doing a beef pot roast, I will put salt and pepper on the outside of the roast before I sear it, for example, because it helps to get a nice crust. But normally I don't like to put too much salt until the end, because if you put too much salt, you don't want it to be too salty. But if it does get too salty, you can just, maybe add some more water. Also, the potatoes in there also help it to not be too salty, because potatoes will siphon salt out of a liquid. You can also balance out a dish if it's too salty by adding a little bit of sweetness to it. Not like a large amount, just like a tablespoon or two. Maybe not even a full tablespoon. Depends on how much of the thing it is. Maybe a teaspoon. Just a little bit of sugar. It doesn't make it register as sweet, but it helps to lower the salt level a little. It's smelling good, though. It's making me hungry. Hello, this is ChatGPT. Oh my god, ChatGPT is alive and they're asking us questions now. How can you tell the difference between needing some time alone for self-care and isolating in a way that might be harmful? What signs do you look for in yourself to know when it's time to reach out for support? This is a great question. This is a great question because a lot of people struggle to try to find that balance. Sometimes people will feel like I need time alone or I need to be alone, and they will find themselves alone for much longer than they need to be. So what signs do you look for when it's time to reach out for support? whenever it comes to reaching out for support, I would say the earlier the better. But also something to be mindful of. Because sometimes we can get very discouraged if we ask people for support, but we're asking the wrong people at the wrong time. And then we're made to feel like we should not be asking for support. That's also just something to try to be mindful of. Like, maybe I'm asking the wrong person, maybe they've got too much going on, maybe they're not the one. Maybe they're dealing with their own stuff. So we want to make sure we factor that in and we don't take it personally. Yeah. Just hanging out in the living room. Hello. Did we win?
Yes, we won.
We won? Good.
Yes, I don't know if Joshua's told you guys a little bit of RT lately.
Oh, they
Right?
came.
Oh. I was saying, I don't know if Joshua's told you guys a little bit of RT lately, but my grandma, she's been struggling mentally, and she ended up staying here last night. So we've been keeping an eye on Grandma.
Grandma's over to visit.
It's just a bit, it's a bit of an ordeal. She's
We're
not too
having
much
fun.
trouble or anything, but it's just like, all right, Grandma, let's get you to bed.
I'm having fun.
Yeah.
We watched Avatar last night.
She was going on about how her favorite movie in the whole wide world is Avatar.
She said, I want to watch Avatar. It's like, all right, let's watch Avatar. Hell yeah.
All right. Yeah,
Alrighty.
sorry to
No, you're good. You're good. Another person to enjoy my cooking. Alright, let's get back to this question because I feel like this is a really important question for us to ponder. The reason why I say the sooner the better is because if we wait until we feel like, okay, I've got no choice, I need to reach out for support, we might find ourselves in a much more difficult position than if we were to ask for support earlier. What I would also think to be helpful is if you do feel like I need time away, like if I need time alone for self-care, set a time for that. How long do I need? Treat it like a vacation from work. You know, if you're like, all right, I'm going to take 2 weeks or I'm going to take a month, you know, giving yourself a time can also be helpful instead of having it just be indefinite and you just wait until I feel like doing that thing, because then it might take you way too long or it might take longer than necessary. So I find it helpful to give myself deadlines for this type of thing. Because there really are times where it's just like, I just need to, you know, focus on myself for a bit. I just need to step away. And so I schedule it. I'm like, all right, I will do this, you know, I'll give myself a week or 2 weeks or a month or however long I think I need. And then I continuously reassess. So what signs do you look for in yourself to know when it's time to reach out for support? When you feel alone, when you feel, you know, when you feel like if I were to reach out for support, people might not respond or they might not care or they might not be engaged with me, that's a good time to do it, because we have to work against these beliefs that we have. that people don't want to hear from us, or that people don't want to see us, or they don't want to help us. And so when you find yourself convincing yourself that you should not reach out for support, that's actually a good sign that you should reach out for support. It's like we said, when depression tells you to do something, do the opposite of that thing. When it says, just lay in bed, just don't do your laundry, don't do your dishes, don't take a shower, don't brush your teeth. Do the opposite of what depression's telling you to do. This hits home. You know, even being a part of this community is a great way to practice reaching out and re-engaging. Maybe I can do a stream about various coping mechanisms, like the act opposite thing. I've got so many, when I talk about having a full toolbox, like my toolbox is overstuffed, disorganized. There's all sorts of stuff in there. Well, no, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. We could just do a coping skill run through. Also, some of these coping strategies are, as far as I know, original ideas in some cases. Some of the coping strategies I practiced are ones that I cooked up. Some of them I've learned, some of them I've been taught, some of them, I've seen other people model. Some of them I cook up because I'm a little bit of a mad scientist. Like the speeding up your thoughts thing. I love that people like that trick. I love that people like that technique. I discovered it when I was an insomniac child. I used to lay in bed awake at night as a kid, just racing thoughts. And I would try and try to slow them down so that I could go to sleep, but it would never work. And so what I did was like, all right, forget it. Let's speed them up. Let's tire my brain out. Let's go the opposite direction. And it worked. Oh, I've never heard of that. Yeah, this was a technique that I came up with when I was young. I would have these racing thoughts, and I would try to slow them down. I would say, all right, let's just try to think one thought for as long as I can. Maybe that will help me slow my thoughts down. And what I learned was that you can't hold on to one thought forever. Eventually, that thought is replaced by another one. And there's another one beyond that one. And so I said, okay, that's not going to work. I can't make myself not think about something. But maybe I can think faster. Maybe I can hit fast forward. Maybe I can, skip ahead a little bit. And what I realized is that I can just think about my thoughts and how fast they're going, and then I can just focus on that speed. I can just focus on how fast they're going. And so I'm not even looking at the thoughts. I'm not even thinking about the thoughts. I'm just thinking about how fast they're going. And then I go faster. And then it just sends your brain into like a soft reboot. And you're like, huh, I feel better. blue screen your brain. Basically, you're basically just blue screening your brain so that you can reboot. It ties into a concept that I learned about later called the stimulant paradox. The reason why they can give kids like amphetamines when they have ADHD and it helps them to actually be more calm, when you would think that it would just make them more hyperactive. Is that it basically just revs them up to a point where it just like it starts over again. I'm not sure that would work for everyone. That's how seizures are caused for most people. That reboot is usually a seizure. I wouldn't try this if you have seizure disorder. Well, that is an interesting idea. I mean, or an interesting perspective. Like, could a person trigger a seizure within themselves just by thinking about it? I'm curious. Or they're neurodivergent and things work the opposite as neurotypical people. Are you saying that I'm neurotypical? Because this is new to me. I've never had anybody tell me I'm neurotypical before. It's definitely something I've never identified as. You can trigger a lot of things just by thinking about it, right? Like, there are people who can dilate their blood vessels. There are people who can raise the temperature of their skin. There are people who can slow their heart rate. There are people who can slow their digestion. You know, just through the power of thinking. What should I do if I call 988 on a regular basis and it never helps with anything other than someone to talk to at the moment of peak mania? If that's what helps you when you're at that moment of the peak mania, that's what it's there for. But I think it's also really important that we build up a healthy support network when we're not feeling at our peak mania, because it's having healthy connections and healthy supports when we're on our way up to the peak that can help us to redirect before we get too escalated. That's what it's all about. You know, if it gives you somebody to talk to at that moment of peak mania, that is help, and that is something. But what I would encourage is to try to build that support network so that you can have that network to rely on when you aren't in a moment of crisis. So what could that look like? Who are some people that you have in your corner? Or some people that you could reach out to, some people that you could connect with. You know, maybe if you don't have, nobody comes to mind, maybe you could look into joining a support group or some other type of supportive, you know, social function. Also, I just want to add something real quick. I am proud of you for reaching out to crisis services when you are in a moment of crisis. That's a strength. I respect you for that. It ain't easy reaching out asking for help. And the fact that you do it is a strength. Why do placebos work? Ooh, okay. Here we go. It has to do with the power of belief and the power of suggestibility. It has to do with the power of belief and the power of suggestibility, because the power of belief is actually powerful. Especially when my mother tells me not to bother anyone with my bullshit sadness. I can only imagine what people told your mother about her sadness that would teach her to respond that way to your sadness. I'm sorry that she didn't take it seriously. It deserved to be taken seriously, and she let you down in that regard. So I hope you do have somebody that you can comfortably talk to about it. Let me tell you a little anecdote real quick to explain the placebo effect. Because it has to do with more than just medications. One of the biggest factors in whether or not a person gets something out of therapy, for example, is if they believe that the process will work. If a person goes to therapy believing that it will help them, that it will work, it actually has better outcomes for them. Whereas, conversely, if a person believes that it won't work, it makes it less likely for it to work. There's some unknown, unexplainable mechanism within the human body that transfers belief that something will work into actual results. And we can't really explain why that happens. It's a mystery. It could be the power of positive thinking. It could be, if you are thinking that something's going to work, maybe your body is creating different hormones that respond differently to a different mood state, and that can actually help to incite your body's healing processes. I don't know. That could be a part of it. Are you saying I should start believing I can learn things that I've always thought I just can't learn? Yeah. Absolutely. If you believe that you can't learn something, you're never going to learn that thing. If you believe that you can learn something, you might have a pretty good chance of actually learning it. Yeah, is it Radis? Can I call you Radis? Radis is right. The brain is basically just a mystery. We understand a lot of the mechanisms, we understand a lot of like how it operates. It's this incredibly complicated organic supercomputer, and we're aware of what is happening within it, but we're not sure why it does what it does or why certain things generate certain effects. It's just still so mysterious to us. We understand probably about, I would estimate 5 to 10% of what there is to actually know about our brains. I would say that we only understand a small percentage of what there actually is to know about what a brain can do. Failing a few times too many tends to do that. Well, maybe you just weren't ready to learn it. But no, you're right on the money with that. And that's exactly in line with what they taught us in school about how the brain works and how like psychopharmacology works. It's like, well, we give a person this medication and it makes a certain percentage of people feel better about a certain condition, and so we prescribe it to treat depression. But in reality, it's like we don't even really know. There's just so much guesswork in psychopharmacology. It's actually kind of it frightens me if I think too long about it. There's more guesswork, I feel, in psychiatry than in any other branch of medicine, because the brain is just so complicated. I wanted to pull this up because I did have a slide about the placebo effect. It was in the Mysteries of the Mind presentation. The placebo effect. An inert substance or a sham treatment elicits a tangible physiological or psychological response in the recipient. This is rooted in the power of belief and expectation. And it also underscores the mind's capacity to influence physical well-being. Like if you spend all day just thinking, I'm sick, I'm so sick, it literally makes you feel sick. But if you spend the day thinking, I feel like I'm getting better, I feel like I'm getting over it, sometimes it does help you to feel that way. Not all the time, but some of the time. This goes beyond, like, if you go to the store and you have a cold and you want to buy cold medicine, and you feel like, I have a really bad cold. My cold's really bad. I'm very stuffy, very congested. I need some hardcore. And so you go to the store and you're like, okay, they have the cold and flu medicine, but they also have, ooh, this one's cold and flu extra strength. Or maybe the coloring of the package is different. Or maybe you like the brand better, or maybe you like the label on the box. Like, all of these things can actually influence your perception of their effectiveness. Like, did you know that Coca-Cola had red caps on Diet Coke bottles and they found that it created a psychological expectation. It made it taste worse. Oh, my computer's freaking out. Come on. My Google Chrome is overloaded. Confused Coca-Cola fans not impressed as Diet Coke bottles start appearing with regular full-fat red lids. Customers used to white lids on the famous 0-calorie, 0-sugar types. Other variants, Coke Zero and Coke Life, used to have black and green tops, but the company has now brought all 4 variants together under one brand, and they used red caps for all of the Coca-Cola, and people hated it. They said that it made it taste worse. And it was just because of the color of the cap. And this is just one example of the way that like branding and packaging can affect your perception of a thing. Full fat soda. Yeah, that's how in the UK, that's how they say a soda that's got all the calories. It's got real sugar. Like another example of this type of psychological phenomenon would be like if you want somebody to take a full regimen of their antibiotics, instead of giving them all of the antibiotics as one pill, take these 15 white pills, you know, take one every day for 2 weeks. They might be more likely to finish it if you say, okay, take these 10 white pills, and then once you've finished the white pills, take these 5 blue pills. So things like perception and expectation play a large role. The brain. It's an interesting thing. Why do cats love boxes? I think it's because I think a lot of it has to do with the way that they just like the feeling of the cardboard. I think the cardboard, like, I don't know, maybe just whenever they're able to like rub against their lay on the cardboard, it just like, they find it stimulating. Hold on, we need to research this. Why do cats love cardboard boxes? A common explanation is the novelty factor. Cardboard boxes may contain smells or an interesting texture to rub against. Cats are very sensitive to changes in their home. You'll notice this, if you ever bring something new home, the cat will always come and be like very curious about it. They want to come inspect it. I always, like, whenever I bring groceries home, I'm like, all right, Beaver, go ahead and smell the groceries. He likes to just smell all the groceries I just brought home. So I'm like, all right, Beaver, go ahead, take a whiff. And he'll just go. He'll just do his little sniffs. The thing about cats is that they fill a unique place in the food chain in that they are both predator and prey. And so they're very sensory driven. They're very sensorily aware. You'll probably notice if you ever have a cat, like when there's a noise outside, like across the street, like one of their ears will just be like, the rest of their body might not even react, but their ear just, they're dialed in. So it could also be that it's just a nice, cozy place for them to hide. It might just be fun for them. They might just like it. Yeah, my cats love boxes. Whenever I go to Aldi, I get boxes to bring the groceries home in. And then I throw the boxes out on the floor so that the cats can play in the boxes. They love it. Like, here you go, just some new boxes for you. And then they get bored of them after a couple days. If you draw a square on the floor, a lot of cats will go sit in it. It's true. You can take tape and put like a little square on the floor, and the cats will they'll go sit in the square. I think I read something about feeling safe in contained places might have to do with it. I would say that's it. Because like a cat, they like to be able to hide. They like to find someplace cozy. Not only because they're on the hunt and they want to get the jump on like a mouse or a bird or a squirrel or whatever, but they're also trying to hide themselves from bigger animals like big dogs or eagles or, other creatures. Cats are also one of the only creatures that are biologically, instinctually driven to be aware of what is above them. Not all animals do that. Cats will instinctively, look up at things. For a while, Beaver was afraid of ceiling fans. He thought it was a big eagle. He thought it was a big eagle. Anytime he would come into the bedroom, he would just be like, "There's not a big eagle up there, is it?" Cats love boxes. This is true. Asking as someone with a bipolar 2 diagnosis, is it possible for bipolar 2 people to become okay without medication? Yes. Or are we relegated to medicine for the rest of our life? Probably not. The thing that is not the thing that I want more people to really appreciate about mental health is a lot of the things are things that we can grow out of. These are things that over 10, 20, 30 years, you learn to cope and handle and navigate with these things. And so it might not be necessary to take medication every single day for the rest of your life. When you think about medications for bipolar disorder, we have antidepressants to deal with the depressive aspect of it, and we also have mood stabilizers, which are more or less designed to help curb the manic aspects of it. Things to help bring us back down. So I would say practicing coping skills, emotional regulation skills, these go a long way. Now, I don't want anybody to I don't want to tell anybody, stop taking your medication or anything like that. I believe that medication does serve a purpose. I believe that medication is something that is useful. But I also believe that we do tend to over-rely on medications as a means of treating psychological ailments. Like, whenever you're on any type of medication, you should also be practicing, like, coping strategies and life skills and other, like, emotional regulation skills that can help you to navigate those types of situations so that you aren't as influenced by your symptoms. The goal is to manage those symptoms. And we can learn to manage symptoms. The way that I look at medications is take them as long as you need to. Some people only need to take medications for a little while. Some people need to take medications for a long time. But while you're taking them, it's helping to put your brain into a better state of mind to where you can actually start to work on the things that you need to work on. There is just a bit of an approach. There's a bit of an approach that you see a lot in psychiatric medicine where people are made to feel like my brain is broken. And I need to take this medication because my brain is broken and it helps me brain better. But the thing about your brain is that it is plastic and your brain can change and your brain can heal. Even if you're dealing with like a neurological imbalance, your brain can regulate. Given time, given practice, given conscious, mindful effort, these sorts of changes can happen. Isn't lithium used for bipolar? Lithium is very popularly used for bipolar. It's also one of those medications where you have to get like blood tests and stuff because if it too much builds up in your system, it can make you sick. I just feel like a lot of people are made to feel like medications are a solution. Medications are a tool. They are there to help you solve a problem, not to just solve the problem all on their own. And I feel like a lot of people are made to feel like if I am sick, it is because my brain is broken and I have to take medication every day because my brain is broken. People treat it like it's heart pressure, like blood pressure medication or insulin or like other types of medication that you would need to take for the rest of your life potentially. That's definitely what I've always thought. That's what most people think. Most people have a misunderstanding of it. I have a close friend of mine who has been taking antidepressants since he was a teenager. And it's all he knows is he's like, well, if I stop taking them, I'm going to be depressed again. And I'm like, but you've been taking them this whole time. You don't know. Like you have like the place you're at in life right now is a totally different place that you were when you started taking them or when you needed them. When you were a stressed out, angsty, emotionally neglected teenager, it was a different story. But now you're a grown man with a family, and things might look differently. I relate to this questioner. I asked my psychiatrist if I could get off my meds since I haven't had a psychotic episode in 2 years. He said that wasn't a good idea. perhaps wean the medications, like maybe go to a lower dosage and see if you start to notice symptoms? Like that, like, is that unfair to ask? Like, would it be unfair to say, you know, well, what if we tried a lower dose and then see how I feel? And like, I'm not trying to make anybody not take their medications, okay? Like, I want to make that crystal clear. Like, I support taking medications. I just feel like there's so many misconceptions about psychiatric medications. And this comes from me working firsthand with doctors, with nurse practitioners, and with patients, and just seeing the state that people are in. And a lot of psychiatrists are of the mindset that your brain is broken and you need to take a medication for the rest of your life because your brain is broken. Like, but what about all that healing your brain has been doing? What about all those new skills you've been learning? What about all that practice you've been putting in? Maybe things will be different. I feel like the responsible way to do it, if you are looking at not taking medications anymore, rather than quitting cold turkey because that is a bad move, quitting cold turkey will often make things worse. Talk to your doctor about it and say, you know what, doctor, I don't feel like I need to take these every day for the rest of my life. I'm interested in lowering the dosage. I want to lower the dosage and I want to see how I feel. I want to see if my symptoms start to come back. And if they do, I'll go back to my old dosage. That's fair. I agree. I think that's something fair. And if your doctor is against it, then maybe look at talking to a different doctor. If your doctor is against that idea, because I think that's a fair idea. But some doctors just operate under the mindset of people only take higher dosages. I've met doctors like that, and it's kind of disturbing. Where it's like, you don't really get lowered on their dosages, you just get more. Like, okay, you're not having any side effects to the medication, let's keep things where they're at. If you start to develop more symptoms, let's just up the dosages or give you another medication. I feel like the situation with med management for psychiatric illness is very messy in the world we live in. We've just got so many people that are either over-medicated, under-medicated, they've got the wrong medication. Yeah, it's very normalized. It's very normalized. And it's just something I want people to be more mindful of. It's something that like, these are heavy duty psychotropic medications. Like, they change your brain chemistry. But you know what can also change your brain chemistry? Meditation, mindfulness, introspection, reflection, sharing, talking about things, emotional processing. These can also facilitate structural change within your brain. The thing about psychiatric care versus talk therapy is that they share a similar level of effectiveness, but talk therapy takes longer. Medications are more, all right, let's get you back to work. You're feeling too revved up, you're feeling too depressed, you're feeling too anxious, whatever it is you're dealing with, let's get you back to work. Somebody's got to stand in the assembly line. Somebody's got to fill that space. Like I do believe that a part of the reason why people are so over medicated, especially in the United States, is because there is just such an emphasis in regards to mental health on getting a person back to work. The way that we view mental health is through a lens of, well, can you work? As if you know, have nothing else to bring to the table. I had a few sessions with a neuropsychologist. Meditation was his main thing. He got so good at it that he can't meditate too much. His dopamine levels get too high and he can't sleep anymore. Yeah, that's the thing about meditation, is you can get really good at it. My major breakthrough in my meditation practice was learning how to unlock passive meditation, to where I just meditate throughout the day. It's like my default state. Like new skill unlocked. Like I've gotten good enough at meditation to the point where if I had 4 hours, I could just meditate the whole time and be perfectly content. I live in Finland and getting meds is really easy here, but getting any other kind of help is a lot more difficult. So a lot of people just end up being on medication indefinitely and managing somewhat alright, but never get fully alright. That's really well said, and I feel like that's a really good way to describe the state of things, is that medication helps you to be somewhat alright. Good enough. But it doesn't really enable you to be fully healed, at least not medication on its own. It should always be medication and something else. Medication and therapy, medication and meditation, medication and mindfulness. Medication is just one part of the picture. Just one part of the potential solution. New chat command just dropped. Hold on, let me test it. Let me see if it works. Perfect. New bot command just dropped. Like, the last thing I want is for people to, like, hear my take on medications and just be like, he's telling people not to take their medications. That's reckless. That's dangerous. I'm like, I would never tell someone to stop taking their medications. I just want to make myself crystal clear. I just feel like medications need to be taken very seriously. Because you're changing the chemistry of your brain, and that's serious business. So it's something to be mindful about. It's something to have regular conversations to your doctor about. And I would just say it's okay to think beyond the medication. Just so you know, this is where I'm at. I've just met too many doctors that were very gung-ho about the importance of like being able to manage mental illness entirely through medication. And looking back, that just seems so wild to me. They're just like, okay, so you're anxious. All right, well, then let's get you something that can help with your anxiety. But we want to give you something that's non-habit forming because a lot of the anti-anxiety drugs are incredibly addicting. So we're going to get you something that can help with your anxiety that's non-habit forming. But it might have some side effects. And so you get a medication, and then you get another medication to address the side effects of the first medication. And then now you're taking these two medications, and they're creating an unexpected effect from being under the effect of both of the medications. Well, let's just go ahead and add a third medication to manage that. I just met a lot of people. It's like next thing you know, they're taking 8 pills a day. Like, why are you taking a stimulant and a depressant and an antipsychotic and an antidepressant? You're taking 5 different pills that all balance each other out so that you can feel balanced. And then you remember there's a lot of money to be made in this, and that explains some of it. The pharmaceutical reps would regularly show up at the mental health care office that I worked at, and they would bring catered lunch for all the doctors and nurses. And then they would give a presentation about their latest innovation in psychotropic medications, just as a way of getting them to prescribe it more. Weird vibes. Especially with kids. Oh, one of the things that irks me more than anything: childhood psychiatrists. There are far too many people out there giving like heavy duty psychotropic medications to developing brains, and that just makes no sense to me. There's also an unfortunate trend of using SSRIs for everything. But yeah, SSRIs are all over the place. And we don't even know if serotonin, like the reuptake of serotonin, really has all that much to do with depression anyway. The whole concept of that type of medication is just operating off of a hypothesis. What people don't really understand about antidepressants is that they don't make the things in your life that are making you depressed go away. It puts you into a place where it might be easier to work on those things. What a lot of people will talk about when they're on SSRIs or other antidepressants is that it kind of constricts their emotional range. I don't have as high highs and I don't have as low lows, but I'm kind of just in the middle. And that could be helpful in getting some work done. You know, fixing the things that are going on in your life that are contributing to your depression. That's the real work. And I feel like one of the greatest factors across all people that contributes to depression is a lack of connection. They might have an extensive family, they might have tons of friends, they might have money and cars and a great job and all of the things that you would think would make a person happy, but if they don't feel connected to people, if they don't feel understood and appreciated, it leaves them feeling depressed. They've got all the things that tell them that they shouldn't be depressed. They've got all the material goods. They've got everything that you could think of. But they're still depressed. And it's because it's about connection. Feeling connected with people really is one of the most important things for your mental wellness. Feeling understood, feeling valid. I think a lot of it comes from people just not seeing how the world we live in is largely to blame for most people's mental health issues. Oh yeah. We live under a capitalist system and with capitalist mental health care. That's why our mental health care is so focused on getting people back to work. Squeezing more resources out of them. More productivity. The thing about it that doesn't even make sense is that if we actually did prioritize people over profits, we would make more profit. We don't have to use and abuse the working class to make the most profit. As it turns out, there's much more profit to be made if you keep people well and able to contribute to economics. You know, they're able to go out and spend money and engage in the economy. Taking care of people actually pays you more than mistreating them. It allows them to be an active participant in capitalism. Well, what can I say? A lot of capitalists are just driven by greed. It's all a big irony, right? And it's just like universal healthcare. Like universal healthcare would save us money. But they'll say that, oh, we can't afford it. Where's that money gonna come from? Sometimes depression is just a rational reaction to material reality. Yep. This is why I find it helpful to get angry at my depression. Like depression might be a natural reaction. It might even be rational. But depression is not my friend, it's not my ally, it's just a way that I cope. Just curl up into a little ball, don't leave your room, stay in bed. But no, like if I want a better world, I gotta get up, I gotta fight for it. You can't outlast depression. Depression's gonna win. Like like the best therapist on Twitch giving out free advice therapy. Ironic as F. This is my response to a broken system. Like, I worked many different mental health jobs. I've done therapy, I've done group therapy, I've done substance abuse counseling, I've done in-home crisis services. I've done homeless outreach. I've done case management for people with severe and persistent mental illness. And what I see is we lack access. There's a far greater need. And that's why I'm like, let's just go online and do it. It'll make it more accessible. I'll reach way more people this way. You appreciate what I do, and I appreciate what you do. Winning. All right, I might do a little bit of a shorter stream today, but I'm gonna give some more time for some questions to come in before we wrap up. I'm just feeling a little tired today. But I do want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you all for engaging and being a part of this community. I want to thank you for subscribing to this channel. Your support allows me to do what I do. So thank you. I got hit with the I miss my ex feels. I hate this. Do you miss the person or do you miss the connection? I miss who I thought they were. Ah, you miss the idea of them. But the material reality of them was a different story. The material reality of this person was causing you stress. So what you're feeling right now, and I'm not trying to tell you how you're feeling right now, but I kind of am, so my bad. You're missing connection. And you're here. Connect with us. I recently figured out that the recurring thoughts of the ex that I still have are actually flashbacks. Sometimes a relationship can be so traumatic that it will literally live as a trauma in our brain. And sometimes trauma is so hard to process that it gets stuck in the wrong part of your brain and you end up having flashbacks and you end up reliving it. Since we broke up, my disordered eating has been better and I'm sleeping through the whole night. Like that relationship was so much stress on my body. And I feel like now you're in a place, you're actually doing better. You can properly grieve. You can properly mourn that relationship. But you couldn't do that when you were so stressed out. You couldn't properly process those feelings when you were stressed out. And so now you are in a place where it's like, I am doing better. I can feel my sadness. I can allow myself to process these feelings. I'm glad to hear that you are doing better. Can overthinking ever be helpful? And for all the times it's not, how do I realize if I'm doing it and how do I stop? My initial reaction is no. Overthinking is like overcooking. Like, sure, if you overcook something, could it still be edible? Yeah. It could still work. It could still be, you know. But I feel like overthinking overcomplicates things. Overthinking adds too much stress to a scenario. But we also don't want to underthink. We want to try to find balance. We want to think about things the correct amount. And that's something that will take, you know, so that's something you might be grappling with for your entire life. Just like, how do I think about something the correct amount? I don't think it's overthinking if it's helpful. If it's helpful, then it's probably just a correct amount of thinking. But when I think overthinking, I think of, you know, you're thinking about things too much. You're thinking about it like, okay, I'm gonna go to the grocery store. I'm gonna go to the grocery store, and I don't like being in public. I don't like being in public. I don't like going to the grocery store. What are some things I can prepare for to help this go easier? You're like, what could make it easier for me to go to the grocery store? It's like, all right, well, I'll go at a certain time of day when it's less busy. I'll wear a mask. I'll wear gloves. I'll wear, you know, like a environmental suit. You know, because the thing about overthinking is that it's an anxiety activity. Overthinking is a byproduct of anxiety, and anxiety likes to continuously add more things to that list that's accumulating in your mind of what could go wrong. So when we think overthinking, we are thinking too much about what could go wrong. How do I realize if I'm doing it and how do I stop? I would say that a good way to recognize when you're doing it is when you are continuously asking yourself, well, what could go wrong? Because that's when it becomes stressful. That's when it becomes just an anxiety activity. How do we stop? Sometimes one of the most helpful things to do is redirect yourself, distract yourself, reorient yourself. You know, instead of asking yourself what could go wrong, you could practice asking what could go right. You can try redirecting your thinking. You can call a friend. You can pet your dog. You can go on a walk. Change of environment, a change of scenery, a change of sensations. These can all help you to escape overthinking. I would say another indication that you're overthinking about something is when you start looping, or you feel like you're spiraling. I don't know what's gonna happen when I see her again. I have a guess. Do you want to hear it? It's gonna be awkward. You're not gonna know how to feel. You're gonna get your stuff. You're gonna leave. It's gonna be... But in the back of your mind, you're gonna be glad that it's over with. You're going to be caught up in all of your emotions for a few seconds, but you're also going to feel a surprising distance from this person that you once knew. What you may come to realize is I don't miss this person as much as I miss the idea of this person. Or things could be different. But it doesn't sound like things are going to be different. It does sound like we made the right choice. And we know where we're trying to go from here. It's gonna be one of those awkward moments. It's gonna be one of those ope moments. If you're from the Midwest, you know. I only worry about her and it's not good for me. You know who you should be worried about. I don't even have to tell you. You can probably guess. Is it me? Yes. You got it. Ding, ding, ding. Not that you need my permission, but sometimes people have told me that this is helpful. You have permission to take care of yourself. You have permission to prioritize yourself. Not that you needed me to give you permission, because you are the one who signs your own permission slips. But sometimes it's helpful for people to hear that. You have permission to forgive yourself. You have permission to want better for yourself. You have permission to prioritize your own best interest and to practice good self-care. Did I miss anything? Anything else that anybody else is looking for permission for? Can I have permission to start a Skaven army? I mean, it's a lot of minifigs to paint. That's a big responsibility. I just want to make sure you know what you're signing up for. Like, next thing you know, you're gonna want to start a Tyranid army, and you're gonna, like, where is it gonna go from there? It's a slippery slope. It really is. It really is. Well, you know, painting minifigures is a great way to survive the winter. There's a group of superhero Skavens. Are they called the Scavengers? There's the door. We got a Necron army. Necrons are sick. If you know nothing about Warhammer, get out while you still can. Necrons are sick. Like ancient undead robots. Just gnarly. Well, can we get? Is there any more? Are there any more questions coming in? You know what we're at? We're at 37.99. We're one question away from hitting 3,800. The easiest way to stop buying Warhammer minifigs is to not start, right? Right? That's why that's why if you go to the unofficial Games Workshop store, they'll give you a free model. It's like going to a drug dealer and they're like, here's a free sample. Hello? Hey, Scratty, how's it going? Oh, kinda need a nap today. I love The Room. It's one of my favorite films. It's a masterpiece. What's this stream about? Good question. We do mental health, psychology, question and A, that type of, question answers. Sometimes we do presentations. Sometimes we talk about topics. Sometimes we talk about stuff because it's interesting or mysterious or exciting. We love psychology. We love mental health. That's our thing. Right now, I'm just kind of chilling, though. Sunday is kind of a chill day. I might take a nap if I'm being honest. I might take a nap today if I'm being real. What advice would I give to somebody with anxiety problems? I would let them know that anxiety is a tool that your brain uses to try to protect itself. And sometimes that tool is a little too sensitive, and sometimes it does more harm than good. But ultimately, your anxiety is trying to protect you from harm. And the way to learn how to better manage your anxiety is not to try to forget it. It's not to try to run away from it. It's to recognize it for what it is. Embrace it. Anxiety is like, all right, the way I like to look at it is, imagine your mind as if it were a house. And anxiety is an unexpected house guest. They come and they start knocking on your door. You say, who is it? And they say, anxiety, something you need to worry about. And you don't let them in. You say, okay, well, maybe if I just leave the doors closed, if I just turn off the lights, anxiety will go away. And sometimes that works. Sometimes anxiety wanders off. But sometimes anxiety is persistent. Sometimes it keeps knocking on the door. Sometimes it pounds on the door. Sometimes it tries the windows. Sometimes it tries the back door. It tries to find a way in. But the best way to handle anxiety is to welcome it in. Say, what can I do for you? How can I help you? recognize what's causing it, recognize where it's coming from, and then decide what to do with it. What I like to do is I like to say, anxiety, thank you. Thank you for what you're trying to do here. You're trying to keep me safe, but this is unnecessary right now. I don't need to imagine all of these possible future scenarios in which terrible things happen to me. It's not really something I want to do with my time. What's also important to remember, if you don't know this, is that anxiety is produced in the same part of your brain that produces the feeling of excitement. And so another good way to manage anxiety is to convert it into excitement. Instead of dreading the future, you are excited to face the future. Even if there are challenges ahead, you can become excited at the prospect of the opportunity to test your abilities. Does it help to write out anxiety scenarios as if they were stories? I do that sometimes, but I don't know if it helps. Only if you write happy endings for them. Only if you write out and it was like, and then this thing happened, and then everything was better, and then happily ever after. Another great way to approach anxiety is to just ask yourself a couple different questions. Ask yourself, okay, what's the worst case scenario? And I imagine the worst case scenario, and then I try to figure out, okay, what would I do if the worst case scenario did happen? That way I feel prepared for it. But also, and just as important, I would even say more importantly, what's the best case scenario? What if everything went right? How would that make me feel? What would that look like? Because in reality, it's pretty much always going to fall somewhere in between. So you prepare for the best, you prepare for the worst, and then you end up somewhere in between. Sometimes when I get excited, I think I'm having anxiety. That's because they are mentally and physiologically very closely related. This is also why a lot of people who struggle with anxiety also like to avoid things that are too exciting. Because it's hard to differentiate between those two mood states. I pretty much watch nothing but horror. And you wonder why you're anxious? I'm just learning about all of these new horrible, terrible ways that I could get murdered, and I wonder why I'm anxious. Everybody I've met who's really anxious all the time, they're like, yeah, I just watch horror mostly, or I listen to a lot of true crime. I'm like, think about where that's put in your brain. If you spend all day walking around a graveyard, the world is going to feel like a graveyard. Just going to burn out the synapses with horror so they can't fire. That's accelerationism right there. I just got rejected when that person gave me hope and treated me like something important for a few weeks. It hurts me a lot even though I didn't really have anything with him, and I feel like my self-esteem is very, very low. I feel like I wasn't enough for him and it hurts. Rejection hurts. But this person, it sounds like they didn't really know you. It sounds like they didn't really know you as a person. They didn't know what you have to offer. They didn't know what you bring to the table. Don't let people who don't know you get you down. Don't let them tell you what to think of yourself. Just keep looking for that person that makes you feel, that makes you feel like, you know what, I don't need to worry about being good enough. In fact, what I would say is try to find somebody who encourages you to want to get even better. You know? If this person only knew you for a few weeks and they gave you hope and treated you like something important, they had a motive, all right? And that motive was probably physically driven. It was probably oriented in lust. So there's no need to beat yourself up over this. We don't need to give so much credit to people who don't know us. We don't need to treat them like they're experts on who we are. I get so embarrassed when I get rejected. I think the embarrassment is the worst part. Why should I be embarrassed because I got rejected? They should be embarrassed because they don't know what they're missing out on. Why should I feel bad? They're the ones missing out. For me, I'm more interested in horror and true crime when I'm already not doing great. Like, it's probably not helping, but it's definitely not a cause of my anxiety and depression. I was mostly joking. I was mostly just doing a little bit of humor. But I'm just like, sometimes I'm just like, damn, girl, like, like we have a lot of people who like true crime, and they're just like, oh, what do you do in your free time? And they're just like, I listen to true crime podcasts like every day, and I'm just like, I couldn't sit around and listen to all of these different ways that I could get murdered. That would make me anxious as hell. But some people are just like, it makes me cozy. I'm like, I don't get it. Some people find comfort in fear by embracing their fear. You know, they dance with the darkness. I watch horror movies while I play horror games. I would love to see what your cortisol levels are like. Now, a lot of people, who have anxiety, they find comfort in true crime or in horror because it gives a sense of control. There's something that's like, it makes it easier to process when it's happening to someone else that isn't you, and you can turn it off when you want to, and you can walk away, and you can go back to your life. It can be a good way to cope with those feelings. I've been very emo for like 20 years, and for some reason always loved Dancing with the Darkness. I'm gonna marry the night. I won't get up on my life. I'm a warrior queen. Ma Mary, ma Mary. Somebody said it and it was more of a joke, but I think they were actually really onto something. Like, you're basically exhausting your scare reflex by just inundating yourself with horror and true crime. You're basically just desensitizing yourself. Exhausting your amygdala. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta tickle your amygdala. I guess that doesn't really bother me because I hate being scared. Anxiety and fear are like this. They're... It just has to do, like, the only difference between anxiety and fear is I am afraid of something right now. There is a tiger in the house. Anxiety is a fear of something that could happen. There could be a tiger outside and it could get into the house. A meme and I was trying to find it. I have it saved on my phone, but I couldn't find it by Googling for it. It's a picture of a saber-toothed tiger, and it's like, damn, I can't believe this motherfucker is the reason I have anxiety. What does mod check mean? It just, they're just looking around for something. It kind of just means that they're just looking around. He's looking around for tigers. Oh, if you can't see the emote, it's because you need a browser extension to be able to access it, but you can see it up here, what it actually looks like. I have the chat on the screen. I posted puppy. What's puppy? Is it puppy time? Let me take this question in the box real quick, and then we'll do puppy time. Yeah, he made it clear he only wanted sexual benefit, but I didn't really care because I thought he could come to love me. However, now he doesn't want anything with me, and it really makes me feel not enough physically and as a person. Well, okay, can we break this down for a second? Because we know this to be factually untrue, that you weren't enough physically because he was interested in you physically, and that's just what he was hoping for. I would say that it's generally a bad practice to start something that's just purely physical, or to engage with somebody who only wants physical benefit and then try to make them change their feelings. You should lead with those feelings. I feel like intimacy is something that you build towards. I feel like it's something that you work up to in a relationship. But with some of these guys out there, and I'm not saying that all guys are creeps or anything. I'm not going to disparage all men. But I feel like some of these guys, it's like, you got to make them work for it. And sometimes they just don't want to work for it. they just want the prize. They just want the goal. They want to do the deed. Because that's the level of complexity that they think about it on. They just think about, how can I, do the dirty? That's their end goal. That's all they're looking for. And I would say it's a sign of emotional immaturity. Does a man with sexual benefit in mind get equated to a creep? Western civilization really demonizes sexual behavior. Well, no, the way that I'm looking at it is... I describe it as the dirty. I feel like something's getting lost in translation here. I'm using colorful innuendos. I'm using colorful innuendos as a way of, adding a layer of humor to my approach. Because I don't think that there's anything wrong with having casual sexual encounters with people. There's nothing wrong with that, but it should be something that's what both people are signed up for. And if you go into a relationship with somebody and you have conflicting expectations for what that relationship should be, you can't really try to change the other person's expectations. If the other person is just interested in it in a sexual way, don't expect more from them. Because that's a priority for some people, that's just what their priority is. But what I don't like to see is when people just assume, the worst about themselves because of things like this. Don't place your value as a person based on someone else's perception of you as a sex object. Does he view you as a human with feelings and emotions, thoughts and opinions, or are you just a masturbatory aid? Nothing wrong with it, but you need to have an understanding of each other's expectations. And we can't really force people to have feelings. How do I motivate myself to take care of myself? For example, I'm very sleep deprived, but that's mostly my own fault because I can't be bothered to go to sleep on time. I end up staying up all night even though I know I'll regret it and just feel even more depressed the next day. They don't really want just sex, they just want to feel something sex makes them feel, like some sort of acceptance. That's a good point. That's a good point. Because some people definitely view sex as a milestone. They view sex as a victory. There's a biological imperative that's ingrained within our DNA. Go make more people. And the way that you do that is by... I'm gonna say bumping uglies because I know it will trigger the Europeans. Like, no, you cannot speak of sex in such a way. Sex is a beautiful thing. I've got worse ways to describe it. Penny? I was censoring myself about sex talk because Penny is Puritan. Penny is a puritanical dog. And I can't, that's why I have to censor myself. You could hear her, she was getting upset. She was getting upset. She heard me talking about it. That's okay, Penny. Penny. All right, questioner. Let's talk about this. Your awareness that you have into your patterns is a great start. It's awareness of these types of patterns that actually empowers us to do something about them. So you are aware of this pattern that you're in. What can we do to change that pattern? What sort of small changes can we make that take us in that direction of taking better care of ourselves? Let's do a little bit of visualization. I want you to picture yourself as you are in the near future. Not that far away. Maybe a few weeks. Maybe a few months. This future version of you takes better care of themselves. They've made some progress. What does that person look like? What sort of thoughts do they have? What does it feel like to be that person? Because if we want to become that person, we have to understand who it is we're trying to become. We have to get to know them. So what are some small things that you can do to take you in the direction of becoming that person? So find one thing and start with that. And then add another thing. Just tiny little steps moving in the direction of becoming that person. So what are some things that you could do today that communicate self-care to yourself? Because the important thing to remember here is that you are also in the process of reminding yourself that you are deserving and worthy of your own self-care. Part of the reason why our self-care declines is because we put ourselves into this position where we feel like we don't deserve it. We're not worthy of it. We're not worth the time. We're not worth the effort. You have to remind yourself that you are worth the time. You are worth the effort. So what's one thing you could do today? One small little step that takes you in that direction of better self-care. Even if it's just cleaning off your nightstand, even if it's just getting the empty cans out of your room, or cleaning off your desk, doing your dishes, something, taking a shower. Do that thing, and then make a note of how you feel. Take a mental note of all those positive feelings that you get by engaging in good self-care. This will help to reward yourself. This will help to reinforce these better self-care habits. A really important part of developing new self-care practices is teaching yourself that you are worth good self-care. I work evenings and also need to fix my sleep habits. It's tough. And honestly, the thing about sleep is like having bad sleep habits makes everything else worse. Having bad sleep habits makes your thinking worse, it makes your anxiety worse, it makes your depression worse, it makes your energy levels worse, it makes your socialization worse. It impacts your life in so many different ways. Good sleep is essential. It's puppy time. Got puppy pics in the Discord. This one's kind of dark. Maybe it's because I'm wearing sunglasses. Oh, hold on. Let's blow it up a little bit. Oh. There she is. All snuggled up. Very cute. This is where we post our animal pictures. This is where we post our cat pics. The Animalia channel on the Discord.
I guess hungry? I guess hungry? I guess hungry?
Nighty night. Nighty night. Nighty night. Look at these tuxedos. These are sugar biscuits. Look at that kitty. Hey, baby. Ooh. Look at this cat. Oh my god, the zoomies. Look at them go. Nothing quite like those autumn zoomies. Oh my god. Look at this puppy. Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna have to take you in. You're illegally cute. Take him away. Ah! Oh no. Too cute.
He was estrayed at the shelter across the street and he wanted to live here. During the evening hours, he scaled 2 large fences, let himself in, and he made himself at home in our lobby on the couch. And so we just decided to give it a shot, see how it goes. He was a little timid at first. I mean, it was a little overwhelming to have so many people, but it didn't take too long for him to settle in. Everybody wanted to pet him. Everybody wanted to see him. He thinks he is the boss of the whole household, and he protects the household. As for the residents and staff, they are his family. He is here to love everyone. He's always got somebody 24 hours a day.
He's so happy. This last bit, he's just so happy. Look at
Hours
him.
a day.
Just look at him. He's so happy. Oh. This is what Penny does. Penny does the same thing. Penny loves a good patch of grass. Cute. Just look at this floof. Look at that floof. Are you serious? This cat was adopted from Ukraine. This cat has lore. And I know the cat lore. Got some cute cats in this community. Here's my cats. 2 of them. This one had a whole story. Miss Poopy was sitting on my desk, and then Beaver came over and he wanted to steal her spot, and she got mad at him. And then they came to an agreement. They figured it out. They made it work. Isn't this the cutest thing you've ever seen? Yeah, if there's a cat in my office, they will sleep on my desk for the entire stream. I don't have a cat here at the moment, but they will literally just lay on my desk for the entire duration of my stream. Okay, one more. Baby. Okay. Well, I think that's going to be it for me today. Hope you all had a good day. Hope you had a good stream. Chill day today. Chill day today. So we're gonna wrap it up for today. I'm gonna go hang out with Grandma and go see how this pot roast is looking. So I hope you all have a great night. Take care, stay safe out there. I'll be back on Tuesday. I'll see you later, everybody. Stay safe out there. and we'll see you next time. Bye bye.